Hello and welcome back to 90 Days of Web Development. This is day number 11, and my name is Kevin. I'm here to do 90 days of web development, and that's going to be about 360 hours in total. So we've already done, let's see, about 40 hours already. And today we're going. Let's go take a look at last week. Last week we did a bunch of CSS stuff here. So we did absolute and relative units, pseudo classes and elements. Learned that. Did a couple quizzes. Saved our review notes, and working towards the responsive web design certification on Free Code Camp. And then we looked at some apps in Next.js using React and extending React into Next.js. And so it was quite a week. I learned quite a lot and pushed forward through into things that I have not seen yet, and I'm gonna need some time to let that marinate and then go back and review it. So there'll be plenty of opportunities for that. We're gonna use many different books on TypeScript and React and whatnot, and different frameworks. So So I think we should just go ahead and get started here for today. So we'll do 10 24-minute pomodoros, and we shall have a break in between those. And we're gonna after 5 pomodoros, we do a long break of 40, and that's that gets us to about 4 hours. Let me see. I think I have something that I need to set here. There's the Pomodoro timer, and let's get started here for today. I have it's been a bit of a rough weekend. I know it's been a long weekend. Took Monday off yesterday from Memorial Day, but I hurt my back over the weekend. On Saturday, it really seized up, and then been battling little spasms and stuff. So every now and then I get a jolt that is quite painful. So we'll get started with colors. We're gonna do a whole there's a lot on the docket here today. We've got to do 6 theory, so that should take up a lot of the morning, a lot of the first half here. So we'll look at what is color design, color theory, what are named colors, what is the RGB color model, and how does the RGB function work. So I should just save these things and color theory, what are named colors in CSS, when to use them, what is the RGB color model, how does the RGB model function, what is the HSL model. So we talked a little bit about hue, saturation, and lighting, I think, or lightness. The 3 properties that we considered when we were looking at contrast, at setting up good, making layouts that have good contrast. We have hex codes. That's what I usually use, but I might think about using the HSL stuff if I'm going to think about how contrast works, because it might be easier to see differences that way. And if any of those two, if any of the, for pairwise, if you have HSL color, an HSL color and another HSL color, and you look at both of their hues, that first number, then you want them to be far apart, right? And the same thing for the saturation, and same thing for the light, and that helps to keep good contrast and increase that contrast score, right? How do they work in CSS for linear and radial gradients? So we did a little bit of that before, but we will go further with that here. So what's color theory in design? Let's see. Color theory is the study of how colors interact with each other and how they affect our perception. It covers color relationships, color harmony, the psychological impact of color. Let's start diving into this world. Colors can be classified as either primary, secondary, or tertiary. Primary colors, yellow, blue, and red, are the fundamental hues from which all other colors are derived, and secondary colors result from mixing equal amounts of two primary colors. Okay, green, orange, and purple are examples of secondary colors. So green, we're mixing yellow and blue, or yellow and blue make green, yeah, like the old Ziploc commercial. Orange, I think, comes from red and yellow, and then purple is red and blue. And here they go. They say that green is the result of combining yellow and blue. Tertiary colors result from combining a primary color with a neighboring secondary color. Yellow, green, blue, violet are examples of tertiary colors. It's a fundamental classification in the world of color theory, but there are other ways to classify roots. So tertiary is primary color with a neighboring secondary color. Neighboring secondary color, interesting. There are other ways to classify colors as well. They can be classified as warm or cool based on their temperature. These are very warm colors, like reds, oranges, yellows evoke feelings of comfort, warmth, and coziness. Cool colors like blues, greens, and purples evoke feelings of calmness, serenity, and professionalism. I guess that's why I chose blue for this one. Make me feel a little bit more professional. Colors can also be represented through color models. They are essential for describing and reproducing colors in a standard way. Frequently used color models include the RGB model, the HSV model, and the HSL model. They represent colors based on different properties. You will learn more about them in future lessons, so great. Now that we know more about this, let's talk about a fundamental tool that designers use to represent colors and their relationship. The color wheel. The circular diagram that shows how colors relate to each other. It's an essential tool for designers because it helps them to select color combinations. It's very helpful for creating color palettes and color schemes. And there it is. There's that color wheel. Kind of looks like a cone, like popping through, pointing at us from looking down from above. A color scheme is the set of colors chosen for a specific design or project. They're usually based on the principles of color theory. By understanding the relationships between colors on the wheel, you can develop different types of color schemes. Let's see some of them. Analogous color schemes create cohesive and soothing experiences. They have analogous colors, which are adjacent to each other in the color wheel. Complementary color schemes create high contrast and visual impacts. Right, so analogous color schemes, cohesive and soothing. Complementary, high contrast, and visual impact. So color contrast is essential for web accessibility. It ensures that text and other important elements are clearly distinguishable from the background. This is especially important for people with visual disabilities. In a RGB color wheel, complementary colors are located at the opposite ends of the wheel. For example, magenta is complementary to green. So magenta being like a purple, so right, so that would be blue and red, and then blue and green, so they're on the other sides of the wheel, right? So we have red and yellow is orange, yellow, green, and then so we have like green and blue, or like, yeah. And yeah, so there's blue, and then blue and red there. Does it feel like there's... Okay, so we have purple. So the magenta is kind of more shifted towards the red. It's more red shifted. So, right, and then so green, magenta being complementary to green, being like up here, so it's kind of opposite. Magenta being over here, right above there, and then across from green. Blue being across from yellow. So, okay. Interesting. Okay, we can maybe remember this. If we just remember that it goes red, green, and blue clockwise, with secondary colors in between. Secondary, tertiary colors. So secondary color for red and green is yellow in between there, right? Is that what we're talking about? Red and green is yellow, okay, because it's the absence of blue? Because I thought we did like blue, yellow and blue makes green. Okay. And then, all right, whatever. Is yellow a primary color? Yellow is a primary color. Yellow, blue, and red are the primaries, right? So if we're on the... This is the RGB wheel, right? RGB wheel at thirds there, but then like red, yellow, and blue, they're not... yeah, okay. It's all confusing to me. It's all clear as mud here. An RGB color wheel, complementary colors are located at opposite ends of the wheel. Okay. I'm just confused at how. So if you have RGB, so isn't that the primary colors then? I don't know. Wouldn't that be right? Triadic color scheme has vibrant colors. They are made from colors that are approximately equidistant from each other. So if you add red, green, and blue, then that's a triadic color scheme. If they are connected, they form an equilateral triangle on the color wheel. So, and finally, we have a monochromatic color scheme, which is kind of the scheme that I go with on this channel, being all blues. In this color scheme, all the colors are derived from the same base color by adjusting its lightness, darkness, and saturation. This evokes a feeling of unity and harmony while still creating contrast. Yeah, so like in order to do contrast, you have to go, at the extremes. So the darkest and then the lightest makes that's like kind of the only, because hue is the same. So the only thing that's different then is the saturation and the lightness, right? Or the saturation is the same in that sense or something. I don't know. I think it's maybe the hue and the saturation are the same and you're just changing the lightness. No, that's not right. You are changing it. We are changing the saturation as well. Finally, here are some tips for using color effectively in web development. Creative color scheme that defines your website's branding. Already did that. Use colors to evoke emotions and perceptions that align with your goals. Choose colors with enough contrast to make your website accessible for everyone. And use color to highlight important elements of your website like buttons. Use color consistently and use it to create a visual hierarchy. So color theory is a core aspect of design. By understanding color psychology, harmonies, and accessibility, you can create effective designs, evoke emotions, and enhance user experience. Why is color theory important for web development? Helps designers create visually appealing websites, probably. Which color scheme is most likely to create cohesive and soothing experiences is the monochromatic. The concept of color harmony refers to creating visually effective color combinations. Combining colors that clash with each other. No. This is probably this one. Using one color in design. No. Creating visually effective color combinations. Sounds correct. Did we get this wrong? Monochromatic is not the right one. Wait, cohesive and soothing are analogous, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Moving on to what are named colors in CSS and when to use them. In CSS, colors play a crucial role in designing web pages, enhancing readability, setting the mood, and improving user experience. One of the simplest ways to define colors in CSS is using named colors. Named colors are predefined color names recognized by browsers. Here is an example of using a named color for a paragraph element. And they're using the color red. It says it right there. So in this example, we're using the named color red to style the text in a paragraph. Named colors in CSS are a collection of 140 standard color names, and you have to memorize every single one. You must know them all, like red, blue, yellow, aqua, fuchsia, black, and so on. These names are simple to use and make your code more readable, and they are self-descriptive. Is fuchsia self-descriptive? What color is fuchsia? Is it like a purple? What color is fuchsia? It's like a magenta? What's the difference between fuchsia and magenta? I don't know. Anyone see a difference? I see no difference. Okay. Named colors are useful for quick prototyping, simple designs, and improving code readability. Here is another example of using named colors for the H1 selector. Okay. Light gray and then navy. In this example, the heading text will be styled in navy with a light gray background. The readability of the code improves since named colors provide an immediate visual understanding of the intended style. Named colors in CSS are convenient but limited with only 140 available options. They may not offer the precise shade needed for more detailed designs. Named colors in CSS are a great way to apply colors quickly and descriptively. While they are useful for basic designs, prototyping, and improving code readability, their limited range makes them less suitable for complex designs requiring precise color control. So by understanding the strengths and limitations of named colors, we can determine when it's best to use them over detailed color models like RGB and HSL, which we'll learn about in future lessons. Key benefit of using named colors. Named colors allow you to create gradients. I mean, you can use gradients on everything, can you not? Named colors are simpler to write and make code more readable. Yeah, okay. Named colors, I mean, most IDEs will do this thing where they'll put a little swatch here so you can see what the color is supposed to be. But if you're looking at it with IDE, you're just looking at the straight text file. I guess that's going to be true. In what scenario might named colors not be the best choice? When your design requires very specific or nuanced shades of color. Which of the following is an example of a named color? Tomato. There we go. Moving along. Maybe we'll get through this really quickly. What is the RGB color model and how does the RGB function work in CSS? So working with colors in CSS, understanding the RGB model is essential. Stands for red, green, and blue, of course, the primary colors of light. Now we said primary colors were yellow in that. So what gives here? What gives here? There, there's like, I guess. Okay, whatever. These three colors are combined in different intensities to create a wide range of colors. The RGB color model is an additive color model, which means colors are created by combining light at varying intensities. And this is how I've typically just used the RGB model. Just because it's like more familiar to me. Like, it just makes more sense to me. Like, and using the hex codes make it so that, I don't know, it's easy to work with. The intensity of each color can range from 0 to 255. By mixing different levels of red, green, and blue, you can produce any color you see on your screen. For example, black is represented by RGB 000, which means no light for any of the three colors. White is represented by RGB 255, 255, 255, which means full light intensity for all three colors. And red is represented by RGB 25500 with full intensity for red and none for green or blue. In CSS, the RGB function allows you to define colors using the RGB color model. The function takes three values, each representing the intensity of red, green, and blue light respectively, and here is the basic syntax. You have an element selector, and in the your properties here, you're going to have color RGB, red, green, and blue, right? Okay. The values for red, green, and blue can range from 0 to 255, where 0 represents the absence of the color and 255 represents full saturation. Here is an example of how you might use RGB in CSS for red. Let's make a purple. Let's make it, no, that's not right. Purple is the blue. Need the blue. Or it's magenta. You get a magenta out of that. What if you have less? I think what you do is you do half red. And then that gets you a lilac type of color here. What if you want it to be really purple? Well, that's very blue. You shift it towards the blue there. Or what if we did? Yeah, I like that color. That's a nice one. So we'll change the text of the paragraph to red because the red value is set to 255 and everything else is 0. So the RGBA function adds a fourth value, which is the alpha that controls the transparency of the color, and the alpha ranges from 0 completely transparent to 1 completely opaque. And here's an example using RGBA. We can make it darker. We can make it lighter. There you go. Little highlighter. So this code would apply a semi-transparent blue background to a div element because the red and green values are set to 0. The blue value is set to 255 and the alpha value is set to 0.5, 50% transparency. The RGB color model, oh wait, it's time for a break, so we'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty. So we're finishing up on this here. Actually, let me share the link here. Working with colors in CSS on Free Code Camp. And we are looking at the RGB color model. So the RGB color model is especially useful for digital media because it directly corresponds to how screens display colors. Monitors and displays use tiny red, green, and blue pixels to create the colors you see. So by controlling the intensity of these pixels through RGB values, you can achieve a wide range of colors for your web design. So additionally, the RGB model is ideal when working with dynamic designs. For instance, if you want to create animations or color effects that require real-time changes, the flexibility of the RGB function allows you to modify colors programmatically. And by understanding the RGB color model, you can and how to use the RGBA functions in CSS, you'll have greater control over how colors are displayed on your web pages. You can create vibrant designs, transparency, and even programmatically adjust colors for dynamic effects. So RGB numbers represent red, green, and blue. You want to control the transparency of a color, you can use RGBA. You can also use the hex codes as well, and you just tack on an extra pair of you just tack on an extra byte. What is the maximum value for any individual color in the RGB model? Oh gosh, my neck is so tight. It's 255. It goes from 0 to 255. That gives you 256 different options. You could become a supporter if you would like to support Free Code Camp. Definitely recommend you do that. The link is in the chat right now. And if you would like to perhaps support me, you can do that at the Ko-fi, and I'll put the link in the chat for that. What is the HSL color model, and how does the HSL function work in CSS? So when styling websites, one of the most versatile and intuitive ways, really, to work with color is by the HSL color model, which stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. Three key components that define a color. So the HSL color model represents colors in a way that is more in line with how humans perceive color. In this lesson, we will explore that the HSL color model is what it is and how the HSL function is used in CSS. The hue is the color type, represented as an angle on the color wheel, which ranges from 0 to 360 degrees. For example, 0 degrees represents red, 120 degrees is green, 240 degrees is blue, so we're going clockwise. And by adjusting the hue, you shift through different colors of the spectrum. Saturation refers to the intensity or purity of the color. It is measured as a percentage from 0% to 100%. So 0% being a completely desaturated grayscale color, 100% being the most vibrant form of that color, and a color with 100% saturation is fully vivid, while a color with 0% appears as a shade of gray. Lightness determines how light or dark the color is, again measured as a percentage. A lightness value of 0 will produce black. Is that true for every single color? Like regardless of what you choose for hue and stuff? 50% will give you the normal tone of the hue, and 100% will result in white. Okay. Okay. So it's going from black to the color value or the hue to white. Okay, I gotta have to play around with this. Used to define colors using the HSL color model, the modern syntax uses space-separated values. But you also may encounter older comma-separated syntax in existing code, which is still supported by browsers. Let's break down this example here. We have a background color, which is 0 hue, so we'd start with the red. So if we did, why is it divide by 1? What does that mean? 1% divided by 1? What does that mean? So in this case, the hue of the text here is 120, which is green. The saturation is 100%. So the green will be fully vivid. The lightness is 50, so it's its normal tone. So if we put this to 0, it's black. If we put it to 100, it's white. If we do it as like 75, or if we do 90, it's getting very light. Okay. 95. If we go in the opposite direction to 5, it's very dark and like almost like a gray, or like an olive here. Like an olive, what do you call it? Okay, but then if you go to 50, it's the full saturation, or the full lightness of it. The full tone of it. Not full lightness, but the normal tone of it is what they say. If I did 50% saturation, it's going to look a little washed out. And then if we do it darker, okay. Right, okay. One of the main advantages of the HSL color model is its intuitive nature here. Makes it easy to adjust a color's vibrancy or lightness by tweaking the saturation and lightness values without having to alter the color, the core color. Okay. Yeah. For instance, if you want to create different shades or tints of the same color, you can simply adjust the lightness value. Gotcha. Okay. Change the lightness value. Change the lightness value. All right. So this is the same hue and saturation. We're just changing the lightness. Interesting. dark blue. What if you did it? So this is going to be white anyway. What if you did it like in between? Just try to copy this thing. I don't know how to copy it there. There we go. So interestingly enough, I think it's a little bit easier to read from the normal tone on a lighter background than it is to read the lighter normal tone on the darker black background. Which, like, presumably they're both the same distance apart. So I don't know how that works. Like, what was the formula that we had for oh, you know what? I gotta oh, why is that even there? Okay, that's weird. All right, yeah, never mind. Contrast calculator or something? Contrast ratio is what we had. So the contrast ratio, oh, they do this based on RGB, don't they? Huh. Because blue plays a very small part in this, I guess. Yeah. Oh, this is just relative brightness, right? That's not the contrast. The contrast ratio is luminosity of one divided by the luminosity of the other. Okay. So, like, something must be, like, canceling out and stuff. So reds and greens are 0, right? And it's just the blue. And when we're like a low value divided by 12.92. And then when we're the normal tone of it, or, oh, you know what? No, because they're both like about the same, but then if we change the lightness of it, that's why. Lightness is changing it, right? Lightness is changing the amount of blue in it, I think. Yeah. I think lightness is changing the amount of blue in it, right? And just mixing with white or with black. I don't know. Here, both div elements are using the same hue, but one has a lightness of 80 and the other has a lightness of 20, and then we played around with it. Just like the RGB model, the HSL function also supports an optional alpha parameter to control transparency. You add it after a slash separator as a fourth parameter. Here's the basic syntax: hue, saturation, lightness, and then the alpha after the slash. Now, is the alpha... And the alpha is a percentage or something, right? The alpha is a percentage, or is it between 0 and 1? So if I do like... Yeah, I think it's between 0 and 1. So 0 being fully transparent and 1 being fully dark. Yeah, I think that's what we have. An 0.5 being the middle ground. Okay. Well, we got an example here. This code we could div a semi-transparent red background where the hue is set to 0, saturation is 100, lightness is 50%, and alpha is 0.5, which is 50% opacity. You can also specify the alpha as a percentage. For example, 0, 1%, 100%, 50% divided by 50%. I want to say divide by, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, whatever. Does it make sense to think about it like that? If you divide by 1, then it's exactly the same color, right? And if you divide by a number between 0 and 1, you're like increasing the I don't know. What are you doing? Like if you think about it as a vector and you're doing element-wise division by that number, is that what's happening? I don't think it is, but is that a way to think about it? You'll also commonly see HSLA function in existing CSS. This was the original way to include transparency in HSL colors using comma separated values. So it's the legacy equivalent of HSL, of this. Okay. Both are supported by browsers, but the modern HSL syntax with the slash separator is now preferred. The HSL model is particularly useful when you need to create color schemes and adjust shades or tints easily. Because HSL separates the hue from saturation and lightness, you can keep a consistent color theme while tweaking lightness for shadows or highlights. This level of flexibility makes HSL a favorite for designers and developers alike. Additionally, HSL makes color values more readable and understandable when compared to other methods like hex codes or RGB. You can more clearly see the intent behind the color and adjust accordingly, especially when experimenting with different designs. With the HSL color model, you gain more flexibility in controlling color tone, saturation, and lightness, making it a powerful tool for creating rich and dynamic designs in CSS. First value, the H is for hue, and which percentage value for lightness would result in pure white when using the HSL model. For lightness, you would have 100. How would you make color semi-transparent using the HSL model? It's by using HSL with a slash separator and a alpha value between 0 and 1. Okay, we're almost done. Need 2 more parts of theory here, and then we'll move on to the workshop. What are hex codes and how do they work in CSS? Well, when working with CSS to style a web page, one of the most common methods for defining colors is by using hex color values. Hexadecimal color values or hex codes are a concise way to represent colors in the RGB color model. In this lesson, we'll explore what hex codes are and how they work in CSS. And when to use them. A hex code, short for hexadecimal code, is a 6-character string used to represent colors on in the RGB color model. The hex refers to the base 16 numbering system, which uses digits 0 to 9 and letters A through F. In the context of colors, hex codes specify the amounts of red, green, and blue that make up a particular color. Each hex code starts with a hash symbol, followed by 6 characters that define the intensity of red, green, and blue in that color. In that order, whatever. For example, the hex code for black is just all zeros, and the hex code for white is all Fs. So the first 2 characters represent the red value, the next 2 represent green, and the last 2 represent blue. In CSS, you can apply colors to elements by using hex codes. Here's the basic syntax. RRGGBB. RRGGBB is a placeholder for the actual hex code. Pairs the intensity of red, green, and blue, respectively. These pairs can range from 0 to FF. The higher the number, the more of the color will be present in the final mix. And for example, let's apply some hex colors to a few elements. A reddish orange color is this FF57, so all red. Some of the of the green, and then a little bit of blue, a little bit of blue, and then a background color for the one on the bottom there is a shade of green. So we get a little bit of red, a lot of bit of green, and then a little bit of blue there. Okay, so it's a kind of a blend. About almost an equal part of red and blue, and then green as fuck, green AF. In the first yeah, okay, whatever. I just I went over this. FF is the highest value for red, fairly saturated. 57 is a moderate amount of green, and 33 is a small amount of blue. In the second case, a shade of green is a low value for red. Well, it's not that different. 4C and 50, that's D, E, and F. So you're like 3 little pips away from being 50, a moderate value for blue. AF is a strong value for green. Yes, it is. It's above the 50% mark, of course. Hex codes are popular because they are precise and easy to use. They allow you to fine-tune your colors, making them ideal for designs where consistency is important. Most design software, such as Adobe Photoshop or Figma, provide hex codes for the colors you select, which make it easy to copy and paste these values directly into your CSS files. In web development, hex codes are often used for defining text colors, backgrounds, borders, and other visual elements. For example, we're mixing a light gray background for the body, and we're having a button with a white text and a shade of blue for the background. This ensures that your colors remain consistent across your entire website or application. In some cases, you may notice hex codes written in shorthand format, using only 3 characters instead of 6. This is possible when both characters in each color pair are the same. For instance, FF5733 cannot be shortened, but FFFF can be written as FFF. Okay, why would you ever use that? The shorthand is equivalent, right? And then similarly, 000 would represent black, which is 6 zeros in full form. Hex codes are popular for their precision and compatibility. Oh, we're supposed to take a break here. Let's take a quick one. We're back. I was just doing some LinkedIn games here. I'm crushing it. How did I end up there? How did my camera end up there? What? What's going on here? Wait, how did that happen? How did that happen? What? It's funny. Okay. Whatever. Haven't seen that yet. Okay. Hex codes are popular for their precision and compatibility, allowing for over 16 million colors across all browsers. They're ideal when you need specific branding colors, want to control exact shades that aren't easily defined by named colors or HSL, or when you're copying colors from design software that provides hex codes by default. What does each pair of colors of characters in a hex code represent? So the amount of opacity in the color. No, it's the intensity of red, green, or blue in the color. How would you write the hex code for the black using the shorthand format? Shorthand is going to be 3 recipe numbers. Why might a designer choose to use hex codes in their CSS over named colors? They're more precise color selection, maybe. Easier to remember. They're definitely not easier to remember than named colors. Automatically adjust for light and dark mode? No. Hex codes do not require any formatting in CSS. I don't know what that means. I think it's just more precise. Okay. Then we'll look at linear and radial gradients up next. How do they work in CSS? So in previous lesson, we learned how to start working with linear and radial gradients. And then in this lesson, we're going to dive deeper into how to work with the CSS properties to create more visually appealing and complex designs. Gradients in CSS allow us to create smooth transitions between two or more specified colors. They are often used to add depth, texture, and visual interest to web designs without the need for image files. CSS supports two main types of gradients, linear gradients and radial gradients. Linear gradients create a gradual blend between colors along a straight line. You can control the direction of this line and the colors used. Here's a basic example of a linear gradient. And remember, we did this like to right, and then there's also like a way to do this with the degree specifier. So 0 degrees goes from bottom to the top, and then I think it goes clockwise around. So if we do 45 degrees, we should be going from the lower right corner all the way up to the upper right corner, and then, or the lower left corner, and then 90 degrees is left to right. What's the next one? 135 is from the top left to the bottom right. 180, I think, is top to bottom, right? Got to do math. 215 would be from the corner, from the top right corner to the bottom left. And then 260, is that what it is? Am I doing this right? Is that the right one? I thought it was 270. I think 225 is what this should be, right? Wait a minute, we went from 180 and then 40 degrees. Should be 225. I can't do math. And then 270 is the right to left. 315 is lower right to upper left. And then 360 being right back where we started. From the bottom to the top. Bottom of the top, we drop. At the core, you've forgotten. This creates a gradient from transitions from on the left to blue on the right. The to right parameter specifies the direction of the gradient. You can use other directions like to left, to top, to bottom, or even specify angles like 45 degrees. And you can also use multiple stops in between. So in this example, they used red, yellow, and blue. So it goes from red to yellow and then from yellow to blue. So this creates a gradient that transitions from red to yellow to blue, evenly spaced across the element. And then radial gradients, on the other hand, create circular or elliptical gradients that radiate from a central point. And so here's an example. Right, and so you could put like more color stops, so we could have it like go from yellow to blue. Oh my gosh, that is that's an image there. That's pretty cool looking, actually. Red to yellow to blue. That's fun looking. Like a little sun. That's fun. This creates a circular gradient that starts with red in the center and transitions to blue at the edges. You can also specify the shape and size of radial gradients. So you get to do this. Look, this is pretty cool looking, actually. What if we did this rather than a yellow? So if we did this as an HSL color from yellow would be, so we had the red and then the orange, and so I think it's 60 degrees. So I think it's 60 degrees is what it is. Is that right? 100% saturation and 50% there. There we go. So that's the normal yellow in the center. And then if we wanted to make it just a little bit darker in the center, we could do that. Or maybe we make it a little bit brighter in the center of our sun here. That's pretty fucking cool, I gotta say. You get a little whiter, white hot in the center. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Wow, that looks really fucking neat. Wow, that's pretty cool looking. Just make a sun out of a radial gradient. Make a star. So a circular gradient that starts at the red in the center and transitions to blue. You can also specify the shape and size of the radial gradients. An ellipse at the top left. So is that the... ellipse at top left? So you can start this center from... Okay, circle just goes in the center. An ellipse. Can you do other shapes? Linear gradient. So you can do color stops at precise positions. You do the color with the stop percentage. So it has to be in percent, I guess, right? This creates a gradient where red takes up the first 20%. Finally blue at 80%. Gradients can be used wherever you'd use an image in CSS. This makes them versatile for creating backgrounds, buttons, or even text effects when combined with other CSS properties. So remember, while gradients can enhance the visual appeal of your website, it's important to ensure sufficient contrast for accessibility, especially when using gradients behind text. Yes. What's the difference between linear and radial gradients in CSS? Linear gradients use only 2 colors, while radial gradients use multiple colors. That's not true. Linear gradients are along a straight line. Radial radiate from a central point. So what does 45 degrees specify in this? That's the direction. So we're going from the lower left to the top right. So it's the angle, the direction of the gradient line. So it's a 45 degree. And then if you're, yeah, I don't know. It's just like clockwise, but starting from the center, from center down, all the way around. Which of the following is not a valid way to specify linear direction in a linear gradient? Diagonal. There we go. All right, so we're gonna move along to the workshop portions here. And we'll have a lab afterwards. So I should set that up. Set up my my progress bar. We're at 89. I don't know why it didn't pop up. Did not work. should pop up with something. I just don't know where it went. Where'd it go? Doesn't it have something to input? Do I not have this set up right? Oh, I need to set the number of steps. That's what it is. Set the number of steps. That's what I need to do. So we have 89 steps. And there we go. Progress bar steps is now updated. Num steps is now 89. So now when we look at our progress bar, which I'll bring up right now. There it is. We'll have 89 steps on here, and you can follow along. So it'll show us our progress along the bottom there. CSS color markers. Let's see. And then I can update the. There it goes. We want to make some markers here. Oh wow, that's what we're gonna make. That's pretty cool. We got some gradients here coming from the center here, like this. Probably stop at, oh, yeah. So we have a stop in the middle and then a stop at the top. So from bottom to the top or from top to the bottom, something like that. And we're gonna make some rectangles here. And add in some lines there. Wonder how we're gonna do that. So this is all just one element. These are all just like divs, I guess, or paragraph elements. And yeah, that's funny that they're selectable. Wonder if there's a way to turn that off. Yeah, how are we doing these little lines here? And then we have more lines from there. Curious. Okay. So I'm gonna shrink this down a little bit, so it's just easier for me to see. I hope it's large enough on the screen for you to follow along. So within, and then we're gonna pop out the preview over here. And put that up over on the right side here. We'll start off with within the body. We're going to nest an H1 element, and we're going to call this CSS color markers / H1, and it's not going to be very visible right now, as you can see up there. So. Oh, you know what? I need to adjust something real quick. Let me adjust this real quick. I need to set zoom left monitor, go on break right there. So overlays, I think it's the hide pomodoro. So I need to add another cursor. So the show frame is up in that corner. I also need a show frame up in the other one. So let me add another one. So we'll do, oops, you know what? Delete that. Why is that like on the date? Why did I have that on there? Oh, I did something goofy, didn't I? Oh, that was just to like, yeah. Okay. Right, because I had, right. That was because we were all messed up on Friday. The min X is gonna be 1920. The max X I want to say is gonna be 3000 because we'll just have it across the top there. Yeah, and then we'll just adjust the Y to be up above. So we'll put it up in shoot, what is it? So we go all the way up to 14 or 1500, I think it is. Yeah, and then these are really neat numbers. I mean, if I just go to 1300, no, or 1200, that seems right. Okay. Or if I make it, shoot, what is it? 540 plus 960 is, oh, that's 1500. 540 plus, the 1080. So is it just 1080? Is that what we want? I think it is just 1080. Yes, it is. That's very neat. Okay. Okay, that's good. So if I'm up in that region, that's what we do. Can I close this and then have it disappear? There we go. Okay. So if I'm up here, we'll see that there. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if I want that like there. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right. We're going to check our code and we're going to go on to the next one here. And we're 1% done here. Okay. And let's see where we are. Okay. In this project, we'll work with an external CSS file to style the page. A styles.css file has been already created for us, but before we can use it, we need to link it to the page. So we created a link element, and of course we just say style sheet, and the href is going to be styles.css. There we go. Okay. And now that our external CSS file is set up, we can start styling the page. And as a reminder, here's how to target a paragraph element and to align it to the right is with paragraph text align to the right. Create a new CSS rule that targets the H1 element. And we're going to set the text align property to center. Here we go. Okay. And we'll add some elements that will eventually style into color markers. So within the body element, we're going to add a div element with a class attribute called container. And then inside of that, we're going to, okay, not yet. I'm not going to do anything with that. We're just going to make sure that it's placed underneath the H1 element. Now, within the div element, we're going to add another div element, and this is going to be a class of marker, and we're going to do this, I guess, 3 times here. There we go. Okay, now back in our CSS, time to add some color to the marker. Remember that one way to add color to an element is to use a color keyword like black, cyan, or yellow. As a reminder, here's how to target the class free code camp. So if we do free code camp, right, with the dot, right, we're going to create a new rule that targets the marker class, and we're going to set the background color to red. Okay, that didn't change anything just yet because we don't really have anything, any width to this. So background color was applied, but since the marker div element has no content in it, it doesn't have any height by default. So in our marker class, we're going to set a height property to 25 pixels, and we should see this immediately pop up. There we go. And we're going to set the width property to 200 pixels. There we go. And if we set the margin right to... There we go, and that centers it. You can set the margin area of elements separately. The margin shorthand property makes it easy to set multiple margin areas at the same time. To center your marker on the page, set its margin property to auto. This sets margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and left all to auto. So we can just even just do auto there. Okay. And let's see. Now that we've got one marker centered, it's time to make some other markers. We're going to do a similar thing here, right? So in the container, we're going to just do 2 more of these guys here. And there we go. And now we have 3 markers. Now, while we have 3 separate marker div elements, they look like one big rectangle. You should add some space between them to add, make it easier to see each element. So the margin value has 2 values. That's margin top, margin bottom for the first value. And so we'll do 10 pixels for the top and bottom. And then automatic horizontal margins. Let me see something. Do we have this set up right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. To give markers different colors, we need to add a unique class to each one, and so we can add multiple classes to an element. So by listing them in the class attribute and separating them with a space. So for example, the following code adds both the animal and dog classes to the div element animal dog. All right, okay. If you add multiple classes to an HTML element, the styles of the first class you list in the style sheet may be overridden by later classes. And then to begin, add the class 1 to the first element, and then 2 and 3, I guess, for the others. Now we'll remove the background property and its value from the marker. Okay, and then we'll just add another rule, which will be 1, and we'll put the background color there. There we go. On the other ones, we're gonna add their respective classes for 2 and 3. Go back over to the CSS, and we're gonna set different background colors for each, with green and I guess blue for 3. And then we're going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna get my back massager set up and yeah, make it feel a little bit better. Okay. All right, so we're on steps number 16. As we've learned in the lessons, there are two main color models: the additive RGB model used in electronic devices, and the subtractive CMYK model used in print. We didn't really go over that though. Did we? I don't think we did. I don't think we did that. We didn't do that. Are you crazy? We didn't do that. We didn't do any of that. We didn't talk about CMYK. Maybe earlier we I don't know. You mentioned that there was, print models. Okay. Whatever. In this project, we'll work with the RGB model. This means colors start as black and change as different levels of green, red and blue are introduced. And easy way to see this is with the CSS RGB function. I'm going to just close my window here for a minute. Just a little bit of background noise. Okay, there we go. Now it's quiet. You just don't want it to bleed over into the microphone here. We're going to create a new CSS rule that targets the container. We're going to set its background class, background color to RGB 000, whatever. It's just the black. Okay. All right. As we've learned in previous lessons, a function is a piece of code that can take an input and perform a specific action. The RGB function accepts values or arguments for red, green, and blue, produces a color. Oh gosh. So each red and green, blue, whatever. So in the one CSS rule, we're going to replace the color keyword with red with a RGB function. And we're going to set 25500. And is that it? Okay, and we're going to do a similar thing. Let's send the donation link in the chat there for Free Code Camp. It's an excellent site. I definitely recommend it. And if you would like to support me, and we could maybe get rid of that of this pop-up, then you can support me at Ko-fi and buy me a coffee. And if I get enough coffees, maybe I can send a donation the way of Free Code Camp and get rid of that little pop-up there. Okay, so let's see. In the to CSS rule, so we'll notice that the background color for our marker is still red. This because, okay, so I didn't even notice that because I didn't even have that set up. I didn't have that the preview over there. So this is because you set the red value of your RGB function to the max of 255 or 100% red, and we set the green and blue values to 0. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing for these other colors. There we go. For what reason, I don't know. Who cares? In the to CSS rule, we're going to set the green value to 127, and that'll be half. So red and green, the green one is much lighter than it was before. This is because the green color keyword is actually a darker shade and is about halfway between black and the maximum value for green. Interesting. All right, well, I didn't know that, so it's good to know. I guess that was rather instructive. Now add a little more vertical space between your markers and the edge of the container element that we're in. So we'll use the padding to add 10 pixels to the top and 0 to the left and right. Okay. In the additive RGB model, primary colors are colors that when combined create pure white. But for this to happen, each color needs to be at its highest intensity. Before you combine colors, set your green marker back to pure green. All right. So now that we have primary RGB colors, it's time to combine them. The RGB function in the container rule, we're going to set to red, green, and blue values to the max of 255. Okay. Okie dokie. Secondary colors are the colors you get when you combine primary colors. You might have noticed some secondary colors in the last step as you changed the red, green, and blue values. So to create the first secondary color, yellow, update the RGB in one pure rule to combined red and pure green. There we go. Next, we'll do the secondary color cyan for RGB in function 2. Green and pure blue. Okay. To create the final secondary color magenta, update the RGB be blue and pure red. Magenta. All right. Now that we've practiced with secondary colors, let's create tertiary colors, are created by combining a primary color with a nearby secondary color. So to create the tertiary color orange, update the RGB function in 1 by setting its maximum value to 255 for red and then 127 for green. There we go. Okay. Playing around with the colors. Like we're finger painting here. And we're going to do the same thing here. For this, we're going to set the blue. Oh no, we're going to set the green. Spring green. Spring green? Wait, that's still a blue. What are you talking about? Green to its maximum value and then blue. There we go. And then we do a similar thing here. Set the red to 127. And we get a little purpley. Getting a little purpley here. There are 3 more tertiary colors: chartreuse green, green and yellow, azure, which is blue and cyan, And rose, which is red and magenta. To create chartreuse green, update the RGB function in the one CSS rule so that red is at 127 and green is set to the max value. Okay. In 2, we're going to do Azure, so it's going to be 127 for green and blue. So we're just swapping. Just doing a little swapperino. Just doing little swapperinos here. And that's tertiary color? It's not secondary. Okay, and that's how you make a tertiary color? So, sometimes called bright pink, update the RGB function there. Okay, well, okay, whatever. Now that we've gone through all the secondary, primary, tertiary colors on color wheel, it'll be easier to understand how other color theory concepts and how they impact design. Okay, and then first, just clear the chat history here. My thing here. Okay, so in the CSS rules 1, 2, 3, adjust the values in RGB functions so that the background color of each element is set to pure black. We're going back to black. Is that what we're doing? All right, that's weird. So a color wheel is a circle where similar colors or hues are near each other and different ones are further apart. For example, pure red is between the hues rose and orange. Two colors that are opposite from each other on the color wheel are called complementary colors. If two complementary colors are combined, they produce gray. But when they are placed side by side, these colors produce strong visual contrast and appear brighter. So in the RGB function for the 1 rule, we're going to set the red to a max of 255. In the other, we're going to set 255 for green and then 255 for blue. So these are 2 should have an RGB value of 255, 255. Okay. Oh, we haven't even touched the last one. Okay, whatever. So we notice that the red and cyan colors are very bright next to each other. This contrast can be distracting if it's overused on a website and can make text hard to read if it's placed on a complementary colored background. It's better practice to choose one color as the dominant color and use its complementary color as an accent to bring attention to certain content on the page. So first, in the H1 rule, we're going to use the RGB function to set its background color to cyan. Okay. And how did we do cyan again? It was 255, 255, I think. There we go. Next, in the 1 CSS rule, we're going to use the RGB function to set the background color to black. Because we're just, we're just going all over the place here. 2 should be the background color for red. Okay. Notice how your eyes are naturally drawn to the red color in the center when designing a site. You can use this effect to draw attention to important headings, buttons, or links. And there are several other important color combinations outside of complementary colors, but we'll learn those a little bit later. I'm gonna actually just move this because I am just like, let me put this here. Yeah, we'll just have it right here. I think that's fine. For now, we're going to use the RGB function in the to CSS rule and set it to black because, you know, why do anything at all? We're just looking at stuff here. Okay. In the H1 CSS rule, we're going to remove the background color now because why do anything? Just undo everything we just did. Now it's time to add other details to the markers, starting with the first one. We're going to change the class 1 to red. Okay. And then the other, instead of here, we're going to say red there. Okay. And then we're going to set it to 255. This is a little bit of a silly example here. Oh my gosh, how many times? How many times? How many times is this going to come up? Help millions of people learn. Support. 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 Yeah. Change the class 2 to green. Can we change the last one to blue finally? This is where the tutorial really starts, is like halfway through. Update the CSS class selector 2 to blue, or to green, I mean, and then 3 to blue. Come on, let's go. And then we're going to change these to 255. Oh, and now we're going to switch to... Okay. Now we're going to do hex colors for these. We're just gonna change the green. Is that what you want me to do? You just want the green? Okay. We may already be familiar with decimal base. Yes, we're already familiar with this. Come on. And so lower the intensity of green, putting it to 7F. Okay. All right, so the HSL color model, or hue, saturation, and lightness is another way to represent colors. The CSS HSL function accepts 3 values: a value from 0 to 360 for hue, a percentage from 0 to 100 for saturation, and a percentage from 0 to 100 for lightness. If you imagine a color wheel, the hue red is at 0 degrees, 120 is where green resides, and then blue's at 240 degrees. Saturation is the intensity of the color from 0 gray to 100% pure color. You must add the percent sign to the saturation and lightness values. Lightness is how bright a color appears. 0 is black, 100% complete white. So in the blue, we're going to set HSL to 240, 100%, and we're going to do 50% for the light. There we go. Alrighty. We practice a few ways to set flat colors in CSS, but also use a color transition or gradient on an element. A gradient is when one color transitions into another. The CSS linear gradient function lets you control the direction of the transition along a line in which colors are used. One thing to remember is that the linear gradient function actually creates an image element and is usually paired with the background property, which can accept an image as a value. So in the red CSS rule, change the background color to background. The linear gradient function is very flexible. Is the basic syntax you'll review in this tutorial. Linear gradient direction, color 1, color 2, etc. So gradient directions, the direction of the line used for the transition, color 1 and color 2 are color arguments, which are the colors that will be used in the transition itself. And then so these can be any type of color, including color keywords, hex, RGB, HSL. Now we'll apply a red to green gradient along a 90-degree line to the first marker. First, in the red CSS rule, set the background property to linear gradient. Then we're going to set 90 degrees for the direction. And we're going to use the RGB again to set back to 255. Okay. And then we want to set the second color. Wait. The pure green. Well, that looks silly. So as you can see, the linear gradient function produced a smooth red-green gradient. While the linear gradient function needs a minimum of 2 color arguments to work, it can accept many color arguments, so use the RGB function to add pure blue as the third. This is very silly. We've already kind of explored this. So color stops allow you to fine-tune where colors are placed along the gradient line. They are used in the linear gradient function to specify where a color ends and the transition to the next color begins. Either a percentage or a length value can be used to define the color stop position. For example, in this red-black gradient, the transition from red to black takes place at 90% along the gradient line, so red takes up most of its available space. So, in the linear gradient function, we're going to add a 75% color stop after the first red color argument. Okay. In the linear gradient function, set gradient direction to 180 degrees. It's going to be top, bottom to the top. Next, set the color stop for red to 0. Okay. What are we doing? Like we're undoing steps we've already done. We're doing all sorts of goofy stuff. I don't know if I like this tutorial. Right, and so now the color stops are set, you apply different shades of red to each color argument in the letter linear gradient function. The shades at the top and bottom markers of the marker will be darker, while the one in the middle will be lighter as if it's light above it. The first color argument, which is pure red. Well, we're going to update it to be 122. Green value of 74 and 14. Okay, so it's a nice, beautiful brown color. We're going to update the RGB function so the value for red is 245. What are we doing? We'll be back in a minute. This is ridiculous. Yeah, stuff here. Burn's gotta go up here. There it is. Okay, so we got, what is this? It's gonna be tasks that don't produce much reward. 2-word phrase. Busy work. I'm just doing the busy work here. There we go. And yeah, we gotta focus back on here, but you know what? It's just too much fun here. Help. This is like help pages, like pages or something. Help check-in desk. Types of desk. News desk, roll top, standing desk. Okay, whatever. All right, we're done. We're done. We're done with that. Okay. Update the RGB function so the value is 245. for red, and 62 for that, and then 113, whatever. Okay, so all right, and then the last one we're going to update to be 162, 27, there we go. Okay, I'm going to change this to background. Do a linear gradient for this one as well. Set it linear gradient. We're going to do 180 degrees. We're going to add the first color of the argument. It's going to be a hex color for 55, 68, and OD for that one. Okay. Second argument is going to be 71, F5, 3E. There we go. And the third color is going to be 11, 6C, 31. There we go. My gosh, become a supporter already. You know, just do it. Just do it already. Compare these. Help me out. Help out Free Code Camp. Either way, works for me. Where are we now? So even without color stops, you might have noticed that the colors for the green marker transition at the same points as the red marker. The first color is at the 0, 50%, and 100%. Well, no shit, okay? Linear gradient function automatically calculates these values for you. Places colors evenly along the gradient line by default. Red CSS rule, remove the 3 color stops from there. Clean up the code a little bit. All right, okay. I gotcha. Why do we gotta do this anyway? There's a lot of busy work. If no gradient direction argument is provided to the linear gradient function, it arranges value colors from top to bottom, or along a 180-degree line by default. So we're going to clean up our code a little more by removing the gradient direction argument from both of them. Okay. And then we're just going to make a background for blue. And then we're going to do we're going to do a linear gradient. And the first value is going to be 186 for the hue. We're going to do 76. And 16 for the lightness, so it's a dark color. Need to close off that bracket there. Second value is going to be another HSL. We're going to say 223, 90% and 60%. There we go. And the third one is going to be another HSL. We're going to be 240 to the blue, 56. And 42%. Is a purple. Okay. So inside the red marker div, we're going to create a new div. And we're going to give it a class of sleeve. Okay. Okay, now we're going to create a new rule for the class sleeve. Width is going to be set to 110 pixels. The height It's going to be 25 pixels. Okay. We're going to set a background color of white. And opacity describes how opaque or non-transparent something is. So, for example, a solid wall is opaque. No light can pass through, but a drinking glass is much more transparent. You can see through the glass to the other side. So with the CSS opacity property, we're going to control how opaque or transparent an element is. With the value 0, okay, so we're going to set opacity to 0.5. Go, and then there we go. So another way to set the opacity for an element is with the alpha channel. So similarly to the opacity property, the alpha channel controls how transparent or opaque a color is. So you've already set sleeves opacity with a named color in the opacity property. But you can add an alpha channel to the other CSS color properties. We're just going to remove it now. Okay. You were using the RGB function to set colors. To add an alpha channel to the RGB color, use the RGBA instead. So in the sleeve rule, we're going to set an RGBA, and we'll do 255, 255, 255, and then 0.5 there. Is that what we're doing? That works as well. You can also do 127, I think. No, we'll do the same thing as 50%. Opacity. Sleeve is looking good, but it would make look even better if it were positioned more toward the right side of the marker. One way to do that is add another element before the sleeve to push to the right. Add a new cap element. No cap. No cap. Okay. Create a new CSS rule to target the class cap. And so in the new rule, we're going to set the width property to 60 pixels and a height of 25 pixels. Okay, there we go. So it looks like our sleeve disappeared, but don't worry, it's still there. What happened is that our new captive is taking up the entire width of the marker, pushing the sleeve down to the next line. And so this is because the default display property for div elements is block. So when two block elements are next to each other, they stack like actual blocks. For example, your marker elements are all stacked on top of each other. So we're going to position two div elements on the same line by setting their display properties to inline block. Create a new rule called cap and sleeve. I'm going to set display to inline block. There we go. So in the sleeve CSS rule, we're going to add a border left width of 10 pixels. Okay. And then we're going to set the border left style to solid. Border left color is going to be black. It's already black. So the border left shorthand property lets you set the left's borders with style and color at the same time. So we're just gonna call this border style and all that stuff. and combine it down. So it's width, style, and color. Width, style, color. Our marker's looking good, but to make it more realistic, you can change the border style to double solid borders. And do solid to double. There we go. Coolio Magulio. And again, another link to, oops. I didn't mean to do that. I gotta delete that one. I didn't mean to send that blue sky post. I didn't want to do that. Did it actually work? Let's see. And people are rediscovering that one post. Okay. Maybe it didn't go. Maybe it takes a minute though. I'll keep an eye on it. Okay, so we did put that up on there. Okay. The black color of your border looks pretty harsh against the more transparent sleeves, so you can add an alpha channel to that. So we'll use the RGBA function and we'll say 0000 and we'll do a 0.75 for that. Yep. So our red marker is looking good. Now all we need to do is add caps and sleeves for our other markers, and add a cap and sleeve to both the green and blue markers. Just copy the div elements and paste them in there. That's all we have to do. Oops. Wait, we can go find stuff? What did I do? What did I do there? It's not print. There's something I did that allowed me to do something. Let's find a replace. No. I did something and something popped up. Can I do a question mark? Control shift there? No. Control shift doesn't work. Okay, so there we go. We got some caps for the other ones and some sleeves, caps and sleeves and caps. Last thing you need to do is add a slot shadow to each marker. Make them look more realistic. Okay. Box shadow lets you apply one or more shadows around an element. Here's the basic syntax. Offset X, offset Y, and the color. Here's how the offset X and offset Y's work. We're going to accept number values in PX and other CSS units. A positive offset X value moves the shadow right, and a negative value moves it to the left. Right. Okay. Well, yeah, this is all very intuitive here. So the height and width of the shadow is determined by the height and width of the element it's applied to. You can also use the optional spread radius value to spread out the reach of the shadow. More on that later. Start by adding a simple shadow to the red marker. We're going to add a box shadow property. And we're going to give it values of 5 pixels in the offset X and 5 pixels in the offset Y and a color of red. There we go. Oh, wow. That's a little much, isn't it? We want to blur this, though. And as you can see, you added simple return around the marker. It's 5 pixels to the right and 5 pixels down. But what if you wanted to position your shadow on the opposite side? Negative. You just go negative. There you go, and it's up there. Now, notice that the edges of the shadow are quite sharp. This is because there's an optional blur radius value for the box shadow property. So you have the X and the Y and the radius before the color. The blur radius value isn't included. It defaults to 0 and produces sharp edges. So, Let's show some contrast here. We're going to do a similar thing for green, but we're going to add a 5 pixel radius there for the blur radius. Here we go. What if you wanted to expand the shadow out further? You can do that with the optional spread radius value. So like the blur radius, spread radius, was that before or after the color? So it is before the color, okay. In the blue CSS rule, we're gonna add a box shadow of 5, okay, 0, 0, 0, 5 pixels, blue. Okay, well, now that we're familiar with box shadow, you can finalize the shadows with the red. We're gonna set it to 0 in the offset X, and the offset Y is gonna be 0. The blur radius is gonna be 20 pixels, and the spreads radius is 0. Okay, yeah. You don't need to add units for the value. Here we go. Replace the named color with an RGBA, and we're gonna say 83, 14, 14, and 0.8 for that. There we go. And the green and the blue, we're gonna set to the same type of thing. 0, 0, 20 pixels, 0. There we go. For the green color, we're going to use hex values of 3B, 7E, 20, and CC. And for the blue here, we'll use an HSL A and 223, 59%, 31% lightness, divide by the 0.8, and that gets us there. There we go, and that's it, right? That's the last step there, and that's our markers. Look, we made markers. Cool. We designed a set of markers. No, is that what we did? We built a set of markers, but we didn't do this step. We did that step. There we go. Now we can go back. Let's go back. Okay. So we did that one. Build a set of colored markers. Well, that was fun. All right, we got 5 minutes before we have to go on break, I think. Is that right? Or do we have another focus session before going on lunch? Okay, I have the progress bar. We're gonna do a lab next. It's gonna design a set of colored boxes here. And we're gonna do a styling forms next. Interesting. So, okay, we've got quite a bit to do on that one. So on, let's set up for the 12th. So we have that one and the other one. We have one for the 14th we haven't done yet. So, I haven't made these, whatchamacallits yet. Let's do this though. New 90-day stream note. There we go. So on the 90, we'll kind of just set up for the next styling forms thing. So it's theory. So what were we doing with theory? We were doing professor, styling forms. And inside there we have best Practices for styling forms. Oh, you know what? That was this one. Then inside there, we have a whole bunch of stuff there. There's 3 different things there. Okay. Text inputs, we can do when should you use appearance? None. To deal with issues, styling search inputs, and checkboxes. Okay, what are common issues when styling special input elements? And then we're going to have workshop there. Okay. Workshop, so we do the build thing, I think it was, or like tools or something I did. Ooh. It was like hammer or something like that. There it is. I think it was these, right? Hammer and pick. Hammer and wrench. Hammer and pick, I think, is what we were using for this. Design a registration form. And then we do the lab. Design a contact form. Oh my gosh, we got quite a lot up ahead on that one. That's going to be a big day. That's going to be a big day. We're going to build a game settings panel. That'll be fun. We'll do the lab for a design, a feature selection page on that. Okay, so that's coming up next week. We'll do that. Styling forms, the box model. We got certification project at some point. I might just focus on completing this course because it seems like it's very important there. We're going to take a lunch, and then when I come back, we'll do this lab of design a set of colored boxes. So, more when we return, so have a good lunch and come back refreshed. All right, we are back. So I might just mess around with some stuff after this. I'm thinking about like SSHing into my my other machine, and then trying to see if I can run Podman on there and run containers on there and see if that'll work. It might work actually. And yeah, that might be the way to go. Then I can use the dev container or the remote container. I'll play around with that. So this lab, we're gonna design a set of colored boxes. We're gonna build an app that is functionally similar to this project. Just for 5 colored boxes. It seems pretty straightforward. So we're just going to set up some divs, maybe do a flex layout so that they're arranged like this, and do some auto padding or something, auto distancing, auto margins between them. And then do some rounded corners for the radiuses. So we're gonna make use of that multiple class trick for marking each of those boxes. So let's see. So we'll practice using CSS colors by designing boxes, fulfill the user stories below, and get all the tests to pass to complete the lab. So we should set the background color for body to F44. I'm gonna pop out the preview. I'm actually gonna put the preview over here, and that way I can see it over here, and just easier, I guess, to work with. You should set the background color of the body to be F4, 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 just a gray color. Weird that it's not doing anything. Didn't update there. Oh, right, because we need to link it. We, of course, need to link this. So we're going to link the style sheet. The href is, of course, as usual, styles.css. There we go. And now that updates. You should have a div with a class of color grid. And so that's going to be in here. So the class is going to be color div or color grid. And then inside of here, we're going to have divs inside of here that are going to have a class of color grid. Or wait. So each class will have each box will have each of the div elements, which will be a box, which should have color box and color number, where number is the number of the order of that div, color 1, color 2, and so on. Okay. So we're just gonna duplicate these and make sure that we have 5 of them. Color 4, color 5. And so we're on number 5 here. Color box class should have a set width and height, so your div elements are visible on the page. Okay. Can we do 5%? So they should be boxes, but just do 20 by 20 pixels at first, and we'll see if that is enough. We might have to go with like 100 by 100, maybe. Color 1 element, div a background. Color uses a hexadecimal color. Let's try our nice purple color is what I like for that. I know with the color box we should have a border radius. Not that big, 10 pixels. So let's do this as let's say 40 by 40. There we go. Color 2 should just use a different way of displaying the color, so it should be an RGB color value. So let's do a tertiary color here. Color 3 should have a background color that uses a predefined word value. That's the only other set. So let's do this as this is what we need to do. The color box color grid is what we need to do. There we go. The color grid there, and so for each of these we should have some margin here as 10 pixels and auto. There we go. 10 pixel top and bottom, auto there for the others. And then so color 3 should have a background color that uses a predefined word. Chartreuse. There we go. That's it. The grains. Color 4 should have a background color that is an HSL value. So let's do 180 degrees, and it's going to be say 50%, so we're not going to be as saturated, and we're going to make it a lightness of a little bit lighter. There we go. Pretty nice. And let's see, color 5 should have a background color set. Okay. All right, let's just do red. There we go. Is that it? Is that it, all they wanted us to do? Width and height properties set. I guess we can set this as 60. Let's do it like that. Inside here, what we want to do is we want to have some padding inside of here, and I just want to have like 10 pixels of padding on the inside there. Just give it a little bit more. And then so what they also did up top here was that they did colored boxes. What I'd like to do is to make this so that it calculates based on the width or something. Okay. So what'd they call it? They said colored boxes for the title. So we'll put an H1 element and say colored boxes, and we'll style this H1 element just to make sure that we get the same type of feeling here. We'll do a margin, or we should align text align. We can do center. Then we can do can we get caveat brush? We can. Look at that. There we go. Love it. And then what we'll do is we'll do we'll do a font size of 2 rem, 3 rem. Wow. Okay, so 2 rem is what it is already. I guess we'll make it 4 rem. There we go. Colored boxes on the hillside. Colored boxes, maybe ticky-tacky colored boxes. Can we set the width and height based off of like a calculation or something? I wonder if we could do that. Bum 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 bum. How do we do that? So we want the viewport height. So we want like 20% of the viewport height, or not the viewport height, the viewport width. I mean, 20% of the viewport width minus our left, right, top down padding. Minus 10 pixels for the margin or the padding. Right, for the padding of 10. And so padding there, and then I think that might work. And then we'll just do the same for this. There we go. Now the problem is with the width of these, is that we need to make them a little bit wider. There we go. And now that should scale then when we scale this. Cool. There we go. And our colored boxes shrink and they get bigger based on the viewport width. That's pretty cool. The text doesn't change though, so I think maybe yeah. Viewport height would change for that, but that's okay. We can also do a text transform to uppercase here. There we go. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. And so there we go. I like that a lot. Okay. For the margin, I think what we want, how do we set that then? I don't know how we can set that. All right, let's check the code. It does pass, and that's pretty cool. I like it. I like it. Can we download our solution? Oh, they don't want us to do that. They don't want us to, but okay, whatever. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is... So we did colors. What we're going to do... We're going to have our review on Thursday. Quiz on Friday. I wonder if we can maybe do a quiz every day. That would be nice. I think what I'm going to do is try to burn through this. So rather than scheduling it out, we're gonna focus on this for a little bit. We're gonna focus on CSS for a little while. I might do the JavaScript thing as well, but let's see. Foundational C#. I need to learn C and C++. Is C++ Microsoft? No, C# is, right? C# is basically what they use for the .NET framework. Let's take a look at the differences between C, C++, and C#, whatnot. The Stack Overflow post is probably pretty good too. Let's see. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Cloudflare. Garbage collection is the single most important factor in differentiating between these two, or these three languages. C and C++ can be used in garbage collection or with garbage collection, but it's bolted on afterthought. Cannot be made to work as well. It has to be conservative, which means that it cannot collect all unused memory. So C# is designed from the ground up to work on a garbage collection platform with standard libraries also designed that way. Makes an absolutely fundamental difference to developer productivity that has to be experienced to be believed. There's a belief widespread among C and C++ users that GC equates with bad performance. It's out-of-date folklore. Typical fears of long pauses where the program stops so the garbage collector can do some work, but in reality, these long pauses happen with non-GC programs because they run on top of virtual memory system. Oh gosh, okay. Well, okay. C++ is founded on the notion of undefined behavior. That is, the language specification defines the outcome of certain narrowly defined usages of language features and describes all other usages as causing undefined behavior, meaning in principle that the operation could have any outcome at all. Hard to diagnose bugs, including involving apparently non-deterministic corruption of data. Oh gosh. Okay. Complexity. C++ has to be singled out, especially if we consider very soon to be standardized new versions. C++ does everything it can to make itself effective, short of assuming garbage collection, and as a result, it has an awesome learning curve. Does that mean that it's like really steep, or the language designers excuse much of this by saying those features are only for library authors, not ordinary users? But not, to be truly effective in any language, you need to build your code as reusable libraries so you can't escape. On the positive side, C++ is so complex, it's like a playground for nerds. I can assure you that you would have a lot of fun learning how it all fits together, but I can't seriously recommend it as a basis for productive new work. Right. That's what, yeah. I don't want to really learn how to use it that much, as I just want to be able to write a OBS Studio plugin. So, yeah. Quick shot truth. These three languages share a letter, a curly brace vibe, and nearly nothing else. One speaks to hardware, one bends time with templates, and one makes high-level app building feel like brunch on a Sunday. If you have ever stared at a code base and whispered, "Please be gentle, this guide is for you." Very nice, okay. Tiny but mighty systems language that talks straight to hardware is C. So C is procedural, not object-oriented, and it gives you direct access to memory, hardware registers, and bits if you want to run close to the metal C's, like a backstage pass. Syntax is tiny. Variables, function, structs, loops. You can learn the surface in a weekend. Pointers enter the conversation and your brain tries to climb out the window. That is normal. Pointers are power. So in the video, this is where the host would zoom into a terminal and type a pointer example with dramatic music. On screen, you would see a variable, its address printed, then a pointer pointing to it. To make that visual real, here's what that code looks like. Okay. Int star p and x, what? P holds the address of x. Change x via the pointer. Okay. The little star symbol is the pointer's dereference operator. It is both a superpower and the reason some developers start twitching when they hear the word segmentation fault. Once this clicks, C becomes a slim, predictable tool that does exactly what you tell it to do, for better or worse. Operating systems and kernels, Linux, parts of Windows, drivers, you want full control and predictable performance. Embedded systems, microcontrollers, firmware, IoT sensors. C maps nicely to hardware with tiny memory. Compilers and low-level tooling. Yes, compilers can be written in many languages, but C is still a go-to in a lot of core tools. You get very little pre-built convenience. Need a dynamic array? You write it. Need a hash map? Either pull a tiny library or build your own. Need safety checks? That's on you. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to explore this a little bit. So I'm just planning for the next little bit here. I think what I want to do, rather than work on that React with TypeScript book, I think we want to shelf that for a bit and come back to that. We'll probably like do a little bit of this like front-end development library certification. Go back and do some of the React basics. Let's get a better handle on that again. Review on Thursday for colors. Styling forms we'll do on Thursday, and then on Friday we will work on reviewing. Shoot, what do we do for that? Let me see. Yeah, so we'll review open book. Review styling forms review. And then we'll do a quiz on the Monday. Oops. Quiz on styling forms then on that Monday. And I should change this so that we get the day of the week. I guess it's like day. Is that what it is? No. Shoot. Gotta find the, what do you call it? Data view docs. Data view docs here. And we gotta find, let's see, date format. Date format uses what now? How do we use the date format again? Luxon tokens, that's what it's called. Luxon tokens. I want the day of the week. We'll do it as CCC or EEE. What is the EEE for? Format token, standalone token. CCC, okay. CCC. Yeah, that works. So Thursday, May 28th, Friday, 29th. Wish I could set this as a calendar or something. That would be nice. Okay. Show this query as a calendar. That would be really nice. In colors. So we'll call this styling. Oops, we have this on the wrong thing, don't we? Styling forms with CSS. That's what we're doing. So that does that styling forms with CSS. The 13th will be We do that review, we do the quiz, we do the review, and then we do the box model. Yeah, okay. And then on the working with CSS transforms, overflow, and filters. So this is going to be the box model, the box model. Day 13 will be that day. And then working with CSS transforms, overflows, and filters. There's lots of stuff inside of here. So we have what is overflow in CSS. All right, how does it work? That's whatever. CSS transform property. Transform property, box model, margin collapsing. Content box and border box. Reset and filter. Property. There we go. All right, and then we have a workshop that will be design a Rothko painting. And then we have a lab after that, which is build a confidential email page. Okay. So that's the day 13. Then on day 14, we'll do CSS layout review. CSS layouts and your effects, and then on the 15th day, we'll do other stuff. And then, so this is the Flexbox, using Flexbox in CSS. Day 14. We'll have a certification project then on that Thursday. Should be nice, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're all set up for the rest of the month here. Gotta make sure I get the right date here. Well, that's gonna be next week, right? So 29th, so it's gonna be the 1st, right? June 1st. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, quiz on styling forms, a review on the stuff there. Okay, that should... I just need to like have a bit of a break from some of the deeper stuff. I feel like this is a little bit easier to work with. I do want to move along with a lot of the other books. So like when there's time afterwards, we'll work on that. But setting this up for the future is nice. It's nice to do that. Setting up the next 4 days. That's about as far in advance as I want to go. Don't really want to plan too far ahead. But that seems reasonable. It seems like a reasonable thing to do then. Yeah. Might want to preface all of these with that, but I don't know, maybe. Should go back and clean up some of these notes. Let's make it easier to review. But wow, we've done quite a bit. We've done quite a bit so far. Okay, so I think we're set up for the future. So while that's all set up then, what I'm going to do is try to SSH into my machine. And I might have to do this off screen. There it is. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I can get in there. Do I have Podman installed? Can't be found. Can be installed with sudo apt install. That's probably what I'll do. I do have a problem with this, is that I can't have too much going on. There's not a lot of overhead in the whatchamacallit, so I'm installing that now. There's not a lot of overhead in the disk space, so yeah, like I don't have a whole lot to work with. So while that installs, I gotta remember how to do the so what I'd have to do is to SSH into SSH into that thing there. The remote container, I think. Oh god, yeah, I think I'd have to do remote containers with VS Codium. So let me see if I'm able to do that. I've tried this before, but I think I was using Docker. I'm not entirely sure how it would work. With this, and what I'd have to do, so the problem is that I'd have to run, the volume would have to be on there, it would have to be on that machine. So let me see, because you can do like a remote window, connect to a host, open a SSH configuration file, connect current window to host. I know that you can do this. Honestly, I think it's kind of a pain though. Right, you have to open up the port. Right. wonder if I could just open up the folder in here. I might be able to do that. I might be able to open it up from here if I'm in that folder. Problem is, no, I should have access to that. I should have access to it. Although, no, I won't have access to that, will I? How do I do that? I guess I would have to do it. Yeah, it's saying it's gonna take 12 minutes. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. It's only 7 megs. Why does it take so long? That's really odd. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like that. It's weird. It's really weird. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to like read while that's going. Let's open up responsive web design. Oh, it lied. It wasn't going to take that long. So, oh no, it says it still has 10 minutes to go. Okay. We're going to open up this Ben Frayne book here, and we're going to take a look at some of this, and we'll pick at some of this stuff. So we were at using media queries to alter the design. Is that where we were? I think we took a step back, and I thought we took a step back. Can I put this over there? Is that where I want this? Where do I want this? I think maybe I do want this down here again. We can take notes. We can take notes of this. We can do excerpts and quotes. We can do citing and stuff. Okay, so using media queries to alter design. Okay, so that's what we were doing. So I'm gonna open up another terminal, and okay, weird. Going to my current project, CD into responsive web design. Yeah. Right, okay. So, what's here? Do I have VS Code settings here? I don't have VS Code settings here, which is upsetting. Okay. Do I have it in there? No, I don't. Well, that's weird. Okay, well that's fine, I guess. Maybe we'll just Codium here. All right, let's bring this over to the other side. There we go. Sir, what we were working on was this, right? We were doing this one. Media queries. This is where we were playing around with, you know, the widths and stuff and changing it based on the width. That was pretty cool. Now, you've read and at least partially understood what we have been going through so far. Zoom in on this. Be ready to start using media queries in earnest. Okay. Open the index.html file and the associated thing. Oh, okay, so we're going to open up that... Okay. So I think what I need to do is to maybe unpack that that zip file. When I have a downloads file. There it is, okay. Okay, I need to get the zip file for that. Oh, that's weird. It just lists all the zip files and stuff. So how do I do find? What do we do only by pattern? All right, we're gonna take a break. Okay. Where are we? All right, so okay, now we're good here. This T-nut. Okay, how do we do, we check disk size again on here. DF is what it is, right? DF, human readable. Okay, there we go. So 80% of the way there. 43 gigabyte is free, right? Is that what that means? Available. Yep. Okay. The media is almost full too. So I can run a little bit because how much is in this? So if I do DF, tab size and size, I think. Allocate the size of the file. So do recursive. No. Oh boy. Okay. That's not quite what I wanted. Okay. So disk usage. Oh my gosh. Okay, but I don't want it to be listing everything. Can you sum it up? $32.09. Okay, not loving it. Can you sum it up? Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be a lot. The volume is going to be pretty big. I don't want to take up that much space. It's just too much, man. Hmm. Actually, I have to find something on Pixabay. Magic Solo. Content ID is registered. So they're using that even though it's supposed to be copyright free here. So we need to go to no music. Exhibit in here. Oh, it's already there. I already have it? Future bass intro. Okay, I already have it. Okay, next time they claim it, I'm just gonna have this. Should just share their whatchamacallit anyway. So we got the certificate here. So okay, I just got to yeah, add that to that. Oh gosh, dang. Okay. Okay. What was I doing? What was I doing? Checking the disk space of this. Let's see. 89. Okay, 90 days web dev is the current one. How much space is that taking up? Currently showing, if it's more than like 2 gig, then I'm concerned because it shouldn't be that much already. Okay, so it's less than that. So I think it's fine. I think that's fine. I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like clone. I gotta set up my okay, there's a couple of things I need to set up, isn't there? What is it? How do I list my things here? Get all, is that what it is? Global. Okay. 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 Seriously. Okay. What is it? I need to find the username and email and stuff. I forget how to do that. Oh, God. Oh, is that what it is? List, isn't that what it is? There's nothing there? Do I not have anything configured? Okay. So... Okay. Alright, there's all that stuff there. What I need on this one is to set up my Git. Username and stuff. And then I'm gonna need to get the other stuff. Remote origin and that. Right, okay, so... Set it to Kevin. I think it's global or something. Isn't that what it is? So it should show that. Okay, so then. Sure that it took there. Okay. There's all this other stuff on there, and I don't think I need all that other. Two of my SSL stuff there. I think I might need those set up as well. So we're here. What if I go back to there? All right, so we are in there. Okay, desktop downloads, pictures, templates. What do we want? I think what we want is to have a 90-day thing in here. So we'll do 90 days web dev or something here. Oh, really? It's case sensitive. I don't gotta add that to the bash RC that it can be insensitive. So if I git clone, okay. Now I don't get all the other branches though, because we didn't pull those down. But that's okay. We do have everything else. And then I can take a look at disk usage. Human rice or TF. Alright, we're gonna come back in a minute. Yeah, so it's not that bad. All right. So let me see what I have to do here. So I have Podman, right? VM does not exist. Init, I think I need. Okay, Podman. I can SSH into a machine. That might be what I want to do. That might be what I want to do. If I set up a machine here and then I can SSH into it there. We want to initialize one door. So we're getting a Fedora image. Okay, is that what we were using? So this is using WSL. And I guess on the other thing, it's going to use Fedora. Is that what it's doing? Confused. The port is 52.162. Yeah, SSH config. Okay. Username is user. I think I can do that. I think I might want to do that. So, does that actually work? Can I actually try to do that? Is this machine running actually? So if it's there, identity path is there. What's funny is I do hear my machine going right now. Okay. Can I get into there? I do Podman. Machine default's not running. Okay. So I can start it from there, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if that's how it works. I know that I can SSH into it from the oh, maybe I can do it from there. Let's start this one, and it says that starting machine error enables start and host networking. Could not find GV proxy. To resolve the server, set the helper binaries key in the engine section of containers conf to the directory containing your helper binaries. Well, that's not clear at all. Okay. So, config path is there. SSH well, 45,597. Username core. If I could do that though, wait a minute. Resolve host name. Looks like you might be able to do it that way. So what do they mean by this stuff? Let's see. Let's try to troubleshoot this thing here. Container binaries. I think maybe you used the wrong image or something. Podman image on Debian. I went to go get a Fedora image there. It's a little weird, isn't it? So, what does all this stuff mean, though? It's Machine start on Ubuntu. Yeah, the problem is it does a different thing, right? Do pod me a machine list. So 2 GB, 2 CPUs, 2 GB of memory. Okay. Can I do that? Okay. Manually doubly get in it. Okay, so if you do sudo wget, but I don't. Can I use wget for this? So what is the latest version? So you can fetch the latest one, change mod, and then do it over there. Okay, so wait a minute. They're saying I can curl it. I don't want it to be here though. Where I want it to be is actually in downloads. So we'll go into here. Gonna awk it. Do I even have awk? I don't even know if I do though. Oh gosh. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. We want to copy this. This is all goofy. Let's see, it was AMD 64, right? All right. So we do have that. So I don't have that? That's weird. Is it not? Is it not? User local? There's no local. No, there is. So we need to make the directory, okay. Okay. Cannot run it as rootful. Okay, so there's some other architecture that I needed. Okay. Maybe it's not going to work because I didn't sudo it. I don't know. Docker works just fine. Wait, was there a problem here? Cannot find UID for user. What's not that? Listen, man. Started successfully. Other than that, though. Okay. So this one is currently running. It was created 100 minutes ago, 18 minutes ago. The disk size is 100 gigabytes. I thought it was larger than that, but that's interesting. Memories 2. That's how much it's allocating to itself, but I don't know. Can I limit the size of it? Was it running on mine? It's running on 4 CPUs, and yet it's still that slow. I wonder if it's going to be even slower on the other thing. Or if it is slower on the WSL. So it does say WSL on that one, and then QEMU. What is QEMU? What's up with that one thing? Okay, so Can I change it though? I wonder if can I remove? So what does that mean? So we have total 15. Swap is 2, used is 2.7, and free is 2.5. That's it. Buffer and cache is 11. Available is 12. And swap is 2. Shared between processes. Time for a break. Let's go and come back in a few minutes. All right, back to messing around with Podman containers here. Let's see, Podman machine init. What do I need to do? So sudo Podman machine init, but we want a disk size of, we don't have much. So I think what we want to do is to do 30. Is that in gigabytes? And then combine with other 8192. Is that small? Memory is what I want to set. So machine init, and then we want like set in megabytes. So 1024 is 1 gigabyte. Okay, so 8192 is going to be like 8 or something like that. So that's more. CPUs being 2 is fine. I think I actually only want the one CPU, to be honest. I think it's fine to do that way. Can you set it to root? Root full. Not run command as root. Okay. But I can run it like this. Okay. It's like QEMU. Oh, you know what? We want to set this to get rid of this shit. Get rid of this fucking search assist bullshit. Can I get rid of this? Hide AI generated images. Yeah. I like that they do have the AI features there. So that's cool. Okay, and so now cannot run it as root, and so it did complete there. So let's clear. And let's do Podman machine list, and we'll take a look at our machines. So we have a QEMU. It's got 8 gigabyte of memory with 30 gigabyte of disk. So I'm pretty sure I can run from 90-day web dev. Go into React here, and we could do that. So if I wanted to run this, let me say that I wanted to run this. So where do we have this? I just want to make sure that we're able to like run the container from here. Or a Podman node container, I think it was. And yeah, so there it was. So what I want to do I want to be in that app thing there? Why is there a Claude MD thing in an agents? I don't remember that being in there. Didn't look at that. We want to remove, and we want to set the user NS to keep ID. Port we're going to run on 3000, I think it was. And we want watch pack polling equals true. And we're going to set the volume to be from here, but we're going to set the app app node latest bin bash and see if that works. Container port numbers must be between. Oh, of course, I made a mistake. Node is an alias. We're downloading all that. Copying the blob. Oh, so they're doing it so that you can do a Debian one. Create a Debian base and it creates a Fedora named Debian. That's why the output matches that. The argument to Podman. That's interesting. I don't understand all this. There's so much weird shit. So much weird shit at the base, at the core level here, the lower level. Pulling content from the internet, my VM. Oh, you gave it a name. Okay, you also gave it a name though. Specified name, my VM. So I could have given it my name. Can I change the name? Can set it rootful. Can you set it? Can you set the name though? So we're in the container here. Are we able to actually run it? How did we do this? We did next. How do we run this again? Node.js for the PN. Oh, this was for. Oh yeah. Node.js. We need to move this to crosshair. There. Okay. And then Learn React with TypeScript. So next, NPX was what it was. NPX next dev webpack. Next dev webpack. I don't know if this is gonna work. Next is gonna work. It should be able to run over here. Should say compiling at some point. Open up the windows. Okay. This was the same as before, 2 moderate severity vulnerabilities. Okay, so I might end up with like some kind of convoluted setup here. Not sure. Not quite sure yet. So why is it taking so long? Like it should run. I was hoping it would run faster. It looked like it did run a little bit faster. Maybe it didn't. Oh gosh, okay. So it's not gonna run on localhost because I need to be inside of that one. It's still saying that. That's weird. I think I might know what's going on here. I think I'm trying to access that on the network, and I don't have port forwarding set up for that. So let me try to see if I can get this set up. Oh gosh. Can I forward that one? I might need to do a different thing. Set up a different port for it. Oh my gosh, where was it again? I need to set up, oh gosh, do I have to go into the actual machine and then set up the forwarding? Oh wait, is it on the wrong thing? It shouldn't be. Wait. don't think I have this one forwarded, that's why. Oh, there it goes. All right, but then there's okay. Is home on the client over there? So there were errors, cross origin stuff, and all that. Allow dev origins is added. Okay. Did I not merge in the changes that we made? So we definitely had like home, and we had posted, we had header, and we had all that stuff, but it's saying that that stuff's not found. Why not? That's odd. Let me see something here. I guess I'll go back to my other thing here. Well, first off, let's take a look inside of React. Yes, and we'll look inside of app. It does have that agents and stuff. So inside of SRC, we have components. We have header in there. And it's saying that I can't find header in the components. Okay. Wait. Oh, because there's multiple things. Okay, never mind. It's there. It's there. It is there. I'm curious why it won't work. Oh, okay. That's what it is. Allow dev origins next config. So I am in the folder. And so if I'm in here, what are we doing? It's the next config. And restart the server, so it needs to be inside allowed dev origins and next config.js. Oh, we have the TS. So let's oh, I'm inside of there. Okay, so I have nano on here, I think. It's and under here is where we want config options here. Module exports is going to be allow dev origins and be on there. Allow it locally, and then so that should be. And then now that that's updated, we can run it again. Generic failure. Module exports. Expected a semicolon from where again? Can I bring code up? I don't think code will work. It's gonna. So inside of my machine, it's going to be opening that up, but that's okay. Next.config.ts. So what we need here, so it's expecting a modules that exports. So it was expecting a semicolon for that. Okay. Okay. Then I can try to run it again. Expected a semicolon where? What do we want? What do we want? Can I change the name? We can rename containers, but I want to rename the machine itself. Get memory from there. I think we already did this. So we're good there. I think what I wanted to do. So how do I add it? Allowed dev origins. Next config, but then if I do the module.exports, I don't know if that's exporting it there. Local origin dev. Where do I add this? So am I just like adding an extra thing here? Oops, that's not what I wanted. Copy and paste. Well, there we go. We're done for today, but that's okay. We're not gonna so cut. Can I cut? Control K is what it is. And so what we'll do is we'll do. No, not that. No. Oh my gosh. Okay. Meta undo. Undo. No. Undo. Control U is paste. Okay. Oops. Cancel. No, maybe Vim is easier. Modules. Export, but it doesn't know what module is, so I don't understand. Wait, is that working? Is that working now? No. Header can't be found. Module not found. It's so weird. Components can't be found. So the cross origin can be there, but then it's not. So I know I can't run it as localhost, right? Localhost isn't gonna show up here because it's not local. It's not actually local. Okay. Well, okay, so this is what we're doing. We're just fucking around with Podman containers for the rest of the day. Tomorrow we're gonna do nothing. Thursday we're gonna do styling forms with CSS. Okay, fun. We'll review CSS colors review, do best practices for styling forms, and a whole bunch of other theory. Design a registration form, design a contact form, build a game settings panel, design a feature selection panel page, and that's going to be that's going to take the whole day. Okay. Well, we're messing around with Podman containers at least. Can I like rename a machine? No. So they're saying I should do it like this rather than the way that I have it. Maybe that's the issue. Let's try it again. We'll quit out of there. And we'll just save it like this. And we'll see if that works. There it is. Okay, so that's how we do it. And we have our light and dark mode thing that we made. Okay, so that's good. So I can access from there. I can... Okay, but then if I want to SSH into that machine, how do I do that? How do I SSH into that machine? If I open a remote window, if I connect to a host, connect to current window to host. If I connect to a host, which is going to be Kevin. I think I wanted it at port 3000, but I'm not entirely sure. Am I able to open it up in there? Because I don't know if I have a SSH config file set up for that. I don't. How do I set that up again? Connection lost before handshake. I think what I need to do is to create credentials, share it with the other thing. Yeah, it's missing the handshake part, right? So I need to create a private key and then go into and then securely transfer that key into there. That's I'm gonna have to do that offline. There's no reason to do that on here. But that's how I'm gonna do it, I guess. That's what I'm gonna do, is to open it in the container here. And then, what is this anyway? Outline? I didn't know I had that. Okay. That's gotta be what we do. Yeah. Okay. So why did they say module, whatever, it's fine. I don't really care. I do care, I just don't want to deal with it right now. So we can exit out of this one. We have all that saved. So we saved the next config. That yes. What do we need to do? We need to add that to the next. JS. There we go. That's what we need. I do need to take a note of that, right? Okay. On land machine. I don't know what tags I'm going to use for that. Oh god. 90 days web dev. Here's my tech notes. Okay. So in our const next config, the local machine IP. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Right, I don't need to do the port forwarding for that. If I'm connecting machine to machine, I don't need to have the port for it. In fact, I shouldn't have it if I'm doing that. Right. Okay. Enable cross origin sharing. Right. Okay, so then we can create that in there. So we have to SSH into, so steps, Host machine, start the Podman machine. On a Podman container. So the good things are we've already set up the Podman machine, and we've already we've got most of it done. You run the Podman container, and then you open remote connection. And VS Codium. I think those are the steps. Yeah, we just have to remote connection. Pretty sure that's what we gotta do. I thought I had that set up at some point. I thought I already had it like up, but I think what I did, I had a different port set up, so I need to set up a different port. Although, wait, no, do I? No. No, I don't. In fact, I shouldn't use that port. I should use a different port. Should have a different port for going into the file, into the folder. Okay, so then you might not even need this. I might not even need that. I might not even need that. I might be able to open it up already. Connect to a host called it might already be set up that way. Yes, it is already set up that way. Okay, and then I just need to open a folder in there. Yeah. Right, and then I can open it up from there inside of... And I can open up that folder. Okay, that's what I do. Okay, I did set it. I did set all of that SSH stuff up already. Okay. Because I was messing around with this stuff, and then I just need to enter my my credentials again, I think. And then trust the authors. No registered. You is registered. I don't understand what that means. And then so we have everything here. Okay, cool. Then if I go back to here, now we have some stuff that's added, changed. Package lock and package JSON. That stuff's very well. The package lock is not necessarily important because it's a derivative of the package JSON. It's just got to run an algorithm of that to set the versions and everything, and the dependency solving and everything. But I would like to update the next config, although it's not important right now. In fact, what we can even do, because we just played around with it, just to make sure that we're on the same page, what I could do is we could check out the head and just everything. Get status, then everything's set up. If I do a git pull, everything's already up to date. We do a git log, one-liner, and we see that we are finished with day 10. It didn't do anything really on day 11, and nothing to commit on day 11, so that's it. That's we don't have to do anything else. The branches that I'm gonna have on here are just the main. Okay, so okay, cool. Okay, so that's what I do. I just SSH into my machine from there, and then I can run it from there, and I don't even really need to use this. I can just SSH in from where I was. All right, so that's cool. That's really cool. That is nifty. That is nifty what I can do. Okay, all that's cool. All that is cool. All that's cool. We didn't even get to what I wanted to do, but cool. All right, we're gonna sign off and you know, enjoy the rest of the day. So let's go over to chatting here. There we are. We're chatting. Let me get my hair all fixed for the sign off. There we go. My hair always looks terrible, but you know, that's what we do. Is that good? Was that good? Okay, whatever. Yeah, so review of today. We've got, we did CSS colors, working with colors in CSS. We looked at a little bit of color theory in design. We did some named colors in CSS, you know, different ways that you can specify colors to background colors and text colors and whatnot, using named colors, RGB color model, the HSL color model, using hex codes, and then again, explored linear and radial gradients a little bit before, and one of the cool things I saw was like you messed around, made a cool little sun out of just radial gradient with 3 stops. So that's interesting. How cool you can make that. So we then did a little workshop where we built a set of colored markers. And we designed a set of colored boxes, and surprisingly, the lab was very easy. Yeah, so that's it. That's it for today. We couldn't get it all done today, and you know, but that's all right. We'll see where it takes us after 90 days, and we'll be surprised, I think, at the end how much we've learned. So you do the same thing. Commit to doing a little bit each day, and see how it builds up over time, and you'll be surprised how much you have done. So, ta-ta for now. Be back on Thursday, and have a great day tomorrow.